And now I just sit in silence.
You're listening to Sports Call on Tiger 93.9, WTGZ, Union Springs, Montgomery, and Auburn, and AM 620 WTRP, LaGrange. The opening segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Lee Marketing Group.
Show to what?
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive, mountain right.
Sports Call.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401 locally.
Right through, he got it.
Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sports Call.
Hello, everyone, and good Wednesday afternoon. I am Andy Graham alongside my partner, Randy Lee, and this is the latest edition of Sports Call. We appreciate all of you out there joining us this afternoon. We would love for you to be a part of the program. Give us a call on our Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We would love to hear from you, hear what's on your mind this afternoon or how you feel about what's going on right now in the world of sports. You can check us out on our Facebook page or you can just send us a tweet at SportsCallAU. Sports Call today is brought to you by Always Money. Always Money offers title loans, cash advance loans, Western Union services, and they buy your gold. Visit one of their many convenient locations or visit them on the web at alwaysmoney.com. Always Money. Easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. We've got a great show for you planned this afternoon. Got two great guests, two former Auburn football players are going to join us, one at 4:30, one at 5:30. We'll talk a little bit more about those as we move along in the program this afternoon. The Royals defeated the A's 9-8 in a thrilling wild card game last night in 12 innings there in Kansas City. I thought it was a great game. I tuned in for the second half of it anyway and watched a little bit of it. San Francisco travels to Pittsburgh tonight. That game takes place at 7 p.m. on ESPN. If anybody would like to talk a little baseball out there with the playoffs really getting underway here. The Raiders promoted Tony Sparano. We talked about them firing their head coach yesterday. But the word is John Gruden. His name always seems to come up. Now, this makes a little more sense. He is a former coach of the Raiders there in 1998, I think, to 2001. He actually coached them and turned them into a pretty good franchise, left, and then ended up facing them in the Super Bowl. So John Gruden's name looks to be the number one target for the Raiders. They say they will be willing to ante up, and it makes you wonder what would it cost to get John Gruden. It's a huge weekend for college football, and certainly the headliner for us is Auburn versus LSU this weekend. That's what's at the forefront of our minds. This is a huge game for Auburn, a huge game for LSU. If LSU loses this game, their season's pretty much over as far as title hopes are concerned. But a very interesting matchup, and that's going to be our question of the day. There have been so many memorable Auburn-LSU games over the last several years and really the last 20 or 30 years. What's your most memorable Auburn versus LSU game? And there are a lot of them out there, Randy.
There definitely are. And we'd love to hear from you. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook. But on Twitter, Sportscall AU is our tag there. And we've got a lot of interaction going on. And each and every day we pull one out, the social media interaction of the day, and we'll give away one of those Sports Call T-shirts to you out there. So we can't thank many of you that are finding us through our social media outlets. I don't know where to start. You want me to start? First off, I want to mention something because I've got comment down on your John Gruden quote. John Gruden, we've looked at it through Sports Blitz a few times. I think that his salary is somewhere between $5 and $6 million broadcasting. Why in the world? That's the next question always. Why in the world would someone, and what kind of money would it take to go back and to live that lifestyle that you would have to live to be a coach? Because I don't know if anyone, I don't know what hours he puts in doing the broadcasting, but it can't be as grueling as what he put in, day night. I think it was 16, 18 hours is what he said that he was putting in as a head coach in the NFL. I can't imagine why. Now, I know that there's a thrill of getting out there and there's the thrill of competition, but Andy, why would you do it?
$10 million a year?
Maybe. But,
I would do it.
I guess so.
I mean, and look, this is what he eats and breathes it all the time, all day anyway. He does these quarterback camps now. On ESPN, he brings all these guys in. He diagnoses, these offenses. He breaks down all these different plays. He eats it up. I mean, this is his life already. Now, do you want the stress of becoming a head coach, and do you want to get back involved with the most dysfunctional team in the National Football League? Yeah, Raiders. I mean, they've had 10 coaches now in the last
since him.
Since him, and none of them have been any good. I mean, they brought Art Shell back. I mean, just think about that. They brought Art Shell back as head coach of the Raiders here. I mean, you think about that and you just think, why is that even possible?
What happened? Let's go to the phone lines quickly. Mark and Opelika, you're on Sports Call.
Yeah, what's the update on the injuries in Whitehead also?
The three guys, Patrick Miller, Chris Frost, and Casanova McKenzie, all were at practice yesterday. They all participated to some degree, a little bit, I think was the quote Gus Malzahn had. They are day-to-day. It's going to be probably – it may be game day. It might be Friday before we know if they're going to get a tremendous amount of playing time. But they're all veterans. That's what the good news is because they don't have to. They already know what what their position, entails. They know what they're supposed to be doing. So it's not a matter if they have to practice all week. Give them some time to rest, and they know what they're doing. They know what the game plan is going to be. They can absorb that. So that's the good news. The bad news, it's still kind of day to day.
What about Whitehead? Jermaine Whitehead. Heard anything about him? Still same thing?
It's suspended indefinitely. He was apparently at the athletic complex yesterday. Don't know if that was, what that was about. Gus Malzahn would not go into any detail, but as of right now, his status is still the same.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. We appreciate the phone call. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Okay, so I said John Gruden. I said why. Maybe that's a question for all of you out there. It would be an additional, $4 million. If they threw $10 million out there, he's making, let's call it $6 million, an additional $4 million. Does that make you go from whatever his hour that he's putting in and the stress that he's putting on his life? Not a whole lot. I can't imagine.
It's got to double, you would think, wouldn't it, the preparation?
I would think double the hours that you would put in, and I can't even quantify what it would do to you stress-wise, what coaching does to you and to your lifestyle. I've never been one, but I can put myself in their shoes, and I can put myself in their shoes, meaning that, that you're so competitive. And if you've got that competitive spirit, you lose, and what it would do to your insides. I mean, think back when you were playing sports. I mean, you go home and that thing would stay with you. I don't know about you, but it'd stay with me for days, weeks, sometimes. Stay with me the rest of my life, some of them that I've lost. So I can't imagine being a coach. But 888-9-TIGER-9, let's go back to the question of the day. What's your most memorable Auburn LSU game? Where do you begin? I'll let you start, Andy.
Well, there's so many. The one I go back to, though, that I don't know why, but I remember it so vividly, but 1999. Auburn was not really expected to do much, but they go to Baton Rouge. It's a day game. It wasn't a night game. And Auburn just proceeds to beat their brains in. I believe that was the end of the Jerry DiNardo era. Ronnie Daniels, caught a pass across the middle from Ben Leard, got absolutely blown up. The ball just scrambling around on the field. Everybody's trying to get it, and Ronnie ends up getting it back. I think that was, of course, the fake field goal. Damon Duval, the little toss over the holder's head to Damon Duval, who ran it around in. First time I'd ever seen that particular fake before. And then Auburn smoked cigars on the field afterward, and really took some abuse for that. I don't think LSU fans forgot that. Probably still haven't forgotten that to this day. But 99 is a pretty memorable one for me. When
I look back, the interception game in 94, I remember being there vividly. Remember thinking there's no way we're going to pull this thing out. The offense was putrid, but luckily Jamie Howard was on the opposing team and whatever coach they had going through during that time, because somehow LSU up until Nick Saban took over was LSU. They never were much. They always had a season here and there that they caused you problems. But no more than that, I would say. And I'd like to look back at our record during those years. Unfortunately, 88's one that many of you are going to call in. I'm not going to bring up the worst nightmare for many of us, which was the earthquake game in 88. But the 94 game one does stick out to me, that they're throwing the football late in the fourth. The only way Auburn looked like they can move the football down the field was another interception return for touchdown. And Fred Smith picks another one off, and he takes it in. And I think Fred Smith finalized it. I know he had a couple of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember the order. Fred Smith picked one off. Fred Robinson picked one off. And I can't remember who the other Calvin. Maybe it was Calvin Jackson. I can't remember. There were so many that day. Brian Robinson actually had two. I think he had one. He got hit and fumbled late in the game that would have sealed it, and the LSU got the ball back. And Chris Schelling had another one. Maybe Chris Schelling was the one that ran another one in.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Harrison in Huntsville, you're on Sports Call.
Hi, hello.
Good to hear from you, Harrison.
Thank you. Most memorable LSU game that I've seen in my lifetime was probably 2010, because it was a matchup of two undefeated teams, and it really set Cam Newton as a Heisman runner after that game, after that record he had. And it showed how dominant the offense was going to be that year, when they had over 400 rushing yards against that LSU defense. That was supposed to be the best in the country.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. That game certainly does stand out, that run by Cam Newton. He beats Patrick Peterson there in the last 15 yards to the end zone. That did set off his Heisman campaign, and that was kind of that Heisman moment that everybody pointed to. And you look at that score, and it doesn't. People think, well, Auburn didn't win, very convincingly, but they kneeled down on the 3-yard line as time was expired. They could have punched one in late to make it a 2-touchdown score. That's definitely a memorable one. 2010.
Harrison, yeah, we appreciate your phone call, buddy. Love to hear from you again.
Harrison, you got a prediction for Auburn LSU this week?
I don't like to make predictions. I'm afraid I'll jinx it.
Well, good deal, buddy. Love to hear from you again.
All right. Thank you. I'll call back.
Thank you. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Harrison up in Huntsville. We hope a lot of you are tuning in, whether it be on the internet. You can find us, sportscallauburn.com. We've got a link there. A number of different ways. We've got a video stream. We apologize to all of you out there if you're watching us on the video stream this afternoon and it looks dark. The problems, like it always is.
We're in the dark ages.
We're in the dark ages. There's some kind of issue, equipment. Welcome to the world of media. There's always an equipment issue, but the lighting is not working this afternoon, but that's probably a good thing. You can't see Andy and I quite as good as others, but we brought that one up. I hate to say it, but we'll talk about the 88 game quickly. Your thoughts on that one?
Frustrating. Missed opportunities. And we'll go ahead and reveal Benji Rowland. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him at 4:30. He is scheduled to be on the show. He was at that game. He was a senior that year, 1988 champion, SEC champion team. I know that he's got some vivid memories of that game. And, it just that one final drive, it just seemed like that's the thing that always makes you worry. From that point on, you always think, we have got to close teams out. We have got to close teams out because sooner or later an SEC team is going to find a way. They're going to have some breaks go their way. They're going to be able to mount a drive, and that'll get you beat in the end. I think that's the one game that everybody, if you experience that, if you were alive to watch that game, from that day forward, you said, we got to close teams up.
And I'll point to that. So much emphasis put on defense back in those days. So much emphasis put on it during the Tuberville era. When we would get somewhat a 10 or 14 point lead, we'd sit on the ball, try not to give the ball away deep in our territory, not throw the ball, able to punt it a lot, and always had great special teams. But that was a complaint the entire time, was we sit on football too much. Luckily, with Gus Malzahn around, hopefully we won't have those issues anymore, and we'll continue to go after those points, because that was, if you remember back in the day, that was one of the games that really, and now we left a lot of points on the field and missed opportunities, but God, I can continue to go through that whole era and how many missed opportunities that we had.
And that was a good offensive team in 1988. That was not a 3 yards in a cloud of dust kind of team. We had a good, it was a good offensive team that put up some points that year against a lot of different teams. You brought up the 1994 team and that game, and I always think about that season. And we talk about how Football, you can't really judge from one week to the next. 1994, it's the same season. That same Auburn team goes to Gainesville and puts up 36 points on number 2 team in the country. And we can't even manage a first down against a mediocre LSU team at home. It's just bizarre how different teams can look from week to week.
I'll throw one more out there, and again, we'd love to hear from you. 888-9-TIGER-9 334-887-3401. 2004, 10-9 victory. I can go down the line, but I'll start with this. Is Jason Campbell's coming out party for that season. He ends up being the SEC Offensive Player of the Year, deservingly so. But going into that game, I'm sorry, sitting in the crowd, so many looking around, scratching the head, saying, is Jason Campbell ever going to be what we hoped that he'd be? He ended up doing it, but it took that touchdown pass to get him over the hump.
What's your most memorable Auburn LSU game in your lifetime? We'd love to hear from you. 9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401, our AO tourism hotline. We'll also take your predictions. We'll talk about this Auburn LSU game coming up this weekend. When we come back, more Sports Call on the way right after this.
Come on, get happy.
Membership at Auburn's Best Gym comes with perks like gym access 24/7, 365 days a year. Tons of
bottle made with 50% recycled plastic. So visit your local TK's convenience store to refresh, revive.
Europe, Hawaii, and more on a land trip or cruise. Contact Ruta Lisa Anderson at Cruise Planners today. Why do the planning when it can be done for you? Visit exclusivecruiseplanners.com or call 844-722-6342.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wednesday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock. Would love to hear from you. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401, our AO Tourism hotline. Sports Call today brought to you by Auburn Urgent Care. Auburn Urgent Care offers convenient solutions for your healthcare and occupational medicine needs, including workman's compensation injury care and certified DOT medical examinations. With locations on South College and in Tigertown, visit them online at auburnurgentcare.com. Let's go back to the AO Tourism hotline.
John in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Good to hear from you, John.
I grew up an LSU fan, and we moved to Birmingham, so I became an Auburn fan. But I was at the 72 game, the only game that the Amazons lost down there in Baton Rouge. I was at the 88 game, the 94 game, the 04 game, and the 2010 game. And two of those particularly stand out to me. And I'll tell you why. The first one was the 88 game, and the reason for that was the middle LSU safeties were coming down, and the middle of the field was wide open all night. We threw a couple of incomplete passes. I did what he did in the Michigan game is he quit throwing the ball across the middle. And I was turning to my buddy at the game and saying, if we would throw across the middle, we'd run these guys out of the stadium. Miami came in 4 weeks later and did precisely that. There was no reason for us to lose that game. It was a tough place to be. But do y'all recall in the 04 game, they were running us out of the stadium in the first quarter, and Saban changed quarterbacks. Do you remember that?
I do.
Why? You know, to this day, I don't understand why he did that, but I'm very grateful that he did.
Yeah, me too. He makes some odd coaching decisions occasionally. You cannot argue with his success. I mean, obviously he's a brilliant defensive coordinator, but on the offensive side, he seems to, and especially when quarterbacks are concerned, it seems like over the years he has made some curious decisions.
Yeah, he has. All right, just thought I'd run that by you. Y'all have a good weekend.
John, thanks so much for your phone call. Some outstanding games that he brought up and some good memories. Not a very good one with the 72, a little bit before my time. But
not in the 88 either.
No, but the Amazons being the only game that group lost against LSU. And LSU always had some teams that would jump up like that 88 team and that would cause some problems. And I think some of those 70s teams, and John would have been able to answer it because he was a LSU fan probably around the time, but some of those 70s teams, they had some strong teams during that tenure. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. What's your most memorable Auburn and LSU game? And our trivia question today, and we'll give away one of those Sports Call T-shirts, and you can go by the Tiger Communications office and pick one of those up. Quan Bray returned his second punt return for touchdown, becoming only the second man at Auburn to return 2 punts for touchdowns in the same season. Who was the other player to return 2 punts for touchdowns in the same season? Call in, get that one correct. You can stop by the Tiger Communications office and pick up one of those Sports Call T-shirts.
Yeah, another game that I always, I think about it, and the reason these games are something memorable has nothing to do with the game. The 2002 game, again, it's another. Maybe I'm just so fond of these blowouts, but I think Auburn won either 31-0 or 31-7. I think maybe LSU snuck one in late, but it rained almost the entire day, and I sat out there in it for 4 quarters and watched Auburn just pummel, and it was so satisfying to see. LSU came out of nowhere really in 2001 and had a great year, but. Auburn, that 2002 team was starting to take shape. You could see the talent level, it had gotten to a point where this team looked like it might have been, a championship type team. Of course, all the injuries down the stretch that happened and losing very, another gut wrencher losing to Georgia there at the end of the season. But you watching that Auburn team play that day and seeing Trey Smith have another good day running the football and just sitting out in the rain and enjoying it, because it wasn't lightning, it wasn't a storm, but it was just a slight dismal rain all day long, and it was very memorable for me.
We'd love to hear from you. Which games stand out to you? The most memorable Auburn LSU game? Call in with that. Let's move over. Let's talk a little bit about last year's game. It was a turning point in the season. It was the loss, the only loss that we had outside of that national championship game. But the second half of play really turned my head, your head, and all Auburn fans' heads, I think, at what this team could end up being. And I remember coming back after that game, and I'll never forget, I told Brett Pritchard, I said, look, we lost this one. It hasn't been the best start to the season. I know we won some, but they've been ugly. It's been some close games against teams that we had hoped we'd beat a lot worse. But if you give Gun anywhere near the same talent that Les Miles totes out on the field, I'll take Gus Malzahn 9 out of 10 years. And I'll say that again this year, and I'll say it about as loud as I can. I love where our system is. I love the offensive system that we throw out there, and I'll take Gus Malzahn over Les Miles any day. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, you look back to last year, and, of course, it was a monsoon, and I think that had a big impact on the game. We fumbled the ball early. On a read option play before Nick Marshall had really gotten the hang of running it. We looked like we ran the ball pretty well to start the game, and I thought, we maybe had gone away from it a little too soon, but we really didn't have a choice because Jeremy Hill was the star of the game. He has 184 yards rushing, I think, that day, 3 touchdowns. He just ran wild in the first half, and I think that's the biggest that I see now is run defense. You go back to last year, and the Auburn struggles with that. And this game in particular, we just were brutalized up front. Our linebacker play was non-existent in that game. We ended up making a run, acquitting ourselves well in the second half. And I'm like you and everybody else. Gus Malzahn has said this on the record that second half, coming out of the locker room and playing the way we did, buoyed this team on to better and bigger and better things. But the run defense, if Auburn's run defense continues to progress and continues to play like it has the first 4 games this season, I think that will put some big stress on the freshman quarterback at LSU.
A couple of numbers there. Auburn only allowing 90 yards rushing a game in the run defense, but the big number is second half. Auburn's defense is standing up and playing outstanding, especially rush defense, only allowing 28 yards per game in the second half, 0.4 yards per carry in the second half. Why do you think that is? I mean, do you think – I can't imagine that it's too many changes going on in the locker room at halftime. I think it's more of it's got to be we're in better shape. We're more well-conditioned than the opposing team, especially on the line of scrimmage, and I think Arkansas was prime example of that.
I think that a lot of it, has to do with that. And I think there are a lot of factors, too. Being behind. Auburn has been ahead a lot in the second half. Because of that offense this year, not quite as much as last year, but we have still been ahead. We have gained, 1 touchdown, 2 touchdown leads in every game but one. So I think it's a combination of teams not being afforded the ability to run the ball. They're having to throw more in the second half. And I think just the up-tempo offense just wears people out. I think it wears them out not only defensively but offensively as well. It just puts a lot of strain on the team as a whole. And by the third and fourth quarter, especially the fourth quarter, they are pretty beaten as far as And I think that's the kind of the point of the up tempo offense. And even though it hasn't been quite what we want it to this year, it's still working.
I know I'm going to step aside for this next segment, but I'm looking forward to it. One of my favorite players growing up was so physical in the middle of that defensive line for those Auburn teams in the 80s, and I can remember some of the games. And I don't know, maybe I had a different perspective back in those days, but with number 96, there were some games where he controlled the line of scrimmage, especially that 88 season. So I'm looking forward to you talking to Benji Rowland in the next segment.
Absolutely. He is scheduled to join us at 4:30. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him. I'm looking forward to it as well. He's one of those guys, as kids, this is probably not something that's flattering, but this is the guy we looked up to as kids. He was on one of those defenses that we looked to and we remember so fondly because it took place, in our formidable years. And that 88 defense, in my opinion, not only clearly the best defense in Auburn history, one of the best defenses in college football history. So hopefully Benji Rowland will join us when we come back. There's more Sports Call on the way, presented by Auburn Urgent Care.
Here's to a one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is a proud sponsor of the College Football Playoff. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wednesday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham here with you for another hour and a half, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We're going to go pick up your phone calls in the following segment, but right now we're going to welcome in a very special guest, Benji Rowland, former nose guard for the Auburn Tigers in the late 80s. Benji, really appreciate you joining us on Sports Call this afternoon.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me.
Yes, sir. Well, going back, you played on some great Auburn teams, 2 SEC champions. Were an All-American in 1988, 66 tackles, 7 for loss. That is a tremendous amount for a nose tackle, anchoring one of the best probably defenses in Auburn history, if not college football history. Just talk to us a little bit about your life after football and what you're doing now.
Okay. Yeah, if you watch me get up in the morning, those 66 tackles and 7 for a loss were earned because I have problems in the morning from getting beat up every play. But it was a joy to play at Auburn, and after I played collegiately at Auburn, I was drafted by the Vikings in the 7th round. Was released by them, and I spent a year in Atlanta. Then I went to Tampa Bay, back into Atlanta with my 3rd year. And then I got injured my 3rd year with the Falcons and sort of called it quits. Actually got into coaching with the Terry Bowden staff. And then I'm one of those guys that, I'd love to coach today, but I want to stay in Auburn, Alabama. And sometimes that's not easy to do. So I've been in the pharmaceutical industry for 20 years now, selling drugs, but legal drugs.
All right.
So,
well, that's it's an honorable profession, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's right. And it's people ask my kids when they were young, my dad sells drugs. And I said, you got to be careful how you state that. I sell legal drugs, prescription drugs, not ones that, you buy off the street.
Well, being from Georgia, growing up, I understand a Georgia fan. What made you choose Auburn?
Well, I started getting recruited. The recruiting's changed since when I played. Now you got all these 4 and 5 stars and played. It was just like a blue chipper is what we were called. And Georgia Stalk, I came from a Georgia town. I grew up a Georgia fan. It's the town that I grew up in only had, when I was growing up, it had 1 red light and 1 caution light. And, it was the home of Stuckey's Candy, and everybody down there in that area, South Georgia, grew up Georgia. And that's the way I grew up. And they started looking at me in the 8th grade, and that's all I wanted to do was play for Georgia. And I started getting looked at by, Florida State, Florida, Georgia Tech, Alabama, everybody in the SEC. And then, we got crossed a little bit with the coaching there. Ray Goff and Coach Dooley were recruiting me. They were supposed to come see me one night at the house, and they called the night before, and they said they couldn't make it, that Coach Dooley had another obligation. And I'd found out they went to see Joey Hester, a punter down in Cairo, Georgia. He was actually a quarterback in high school, but he punted for Georgia. And I thought, I would open up my recruitment again because, I felt like that I wouldn't, maybe their number 1 target or so. And so I started looking around, and I came over, Frank Organ, which is a great friend of mine. He started recruiting me back hard. Everybody never gave up on him, and I'm so blessed that he didn't. Every other school knew I was going to Georgia, and most of my family, 95% of the people, thought I was going to Georgia. And I came over, it got me over to a couple games, got over on an official visit. I liked Coach Dye, the way he sold the program. I looked at the guys they were putting into pros and just the type of discipline program he was running. And, and I'm from a small town, and I like the small town atmosphere. And I tell people this to this day, they talk about going to a, big time city and all that. And I said, Auburn's not that place for you if you're looking for the bright lights and all, but the only time that Auburn gets bright is when we turn those stadium lights on at Jordan-Hare Stadium. And that's, I look back over my career, and I made a great decision. I made great friends. And back there in the late 80s, Coach Dye signed a lot of guys from Georgia, Jeff Berger, Stacey Searles, Russ Carricker. I could go on and name them after, Atlanta, South Georgia, wherever they were, Shan Marsh, that roomed with me out of Atlanta. But, it's a great decision I made. If I had to make it over again, I would make the same decision. And I'm so glad that I was able to open my recruitment out and open it up again. And Coach Organ never gave up on me. He stuck there with me. And here I am today.
I always find that fascinating, these old recruiting stories. And when you think about one incident, happening that really changed the course of history, I guess, in your life.
Yeah, it did. And what was funny, I have a son that's a sophomore on Troy. He's on the scholarship at Troy and plays football there. And they played at, Georgia a couple weeks ago, and I was up there. And I was walking down. I hadn't been to Sanford Stadium in years. You know, I used to go when Auburn played them over there. You know, when my career was over at Auburn, and things have changed. And I still, you know, my buddy, I graduated from high school. He's the chief of police there. But I was walking down and I was asking this guy for information. You know, I said, hey, where's this place? Where's this? I was looking for some friends that I actually played against in Georgia, Todd Wheeler. And this guy said, oh, it's down here. And he said he was from Metter, Georgia. I said, oh, I know where Metter is. And he said, I said, well, I'm from Eastman, Georgia. He said, you by chance wouldn't be B.G. Rowland, would you? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, he slapped me in my stomach, you know, and he said, why in the world didn't you go to Georgia? He said, man, we thought you were going to Georgia. And he said, I remember flying into Eastman and the Auburn University plane was there. And I said, what is that doing there? And they said, they were here looking at you. And I said, that's foreign territory for an Auburn plane to be in a South Georgia town. But, you know, little cliches like that you're still remembered by guys, you know, and this guy was probably in his early 70s and all that still knows your name and remembers when you got recruited down in that area.
We got Benji Rowland here with us, former nose guard there at Auburn from 1985 to 1988. You played on some great defenses, but the 1988 defense kind of stands alone. People always like to go back and say, well, you know, players have changed now. It was a different era then, but just talk. I mean, when you start thinking about yourself in the middle, Tracy Rocker, Ron Stallworth, Brian Smith, Craig Ogletree, what would this defense do with these spread offenses today?
Well, you know, and I will tell you this, and I guarantee you this: if you surveyed 100 players on our team back in the 80s, these kids today can't play like we played years ago. And I'll tell you why. It was a 20-hour rule week now. Coach Dow would get 20 hours in 2 days of practice, and it was physical. It wasn't no thud. It was taking them to the ground. It was, you know, as Bud Casey used to say, blood and guts, baby, because we laid it on the line on the field, and we bled, and we cried, and we celebrated. But, you know, it is a different area, but I will tell you that we had wonderful coaches. We were well coached, and we had depth. And I think that's what you need sometimes today is because, you know, with this hurry-up, fast-paced offense, you got to have depth, and you got to know when to substitute. And I think that's why Auburn University is doing well today because Rodney Garner understands that, you know, and he plays 9, 10 guys a game on the defensive front because you got guys that are 300, 315 pounds chasing the ball every play. And by the time the whistle's blown, it's put back in play and you're chasing it again. And I think back then when we played, the advantage we would have, you know, we had 3 or 4 deep. And I truly mean this. You think about David Rocker, Lamar Rogers, guys, Robert P. Goff that backed me up and got drafted in the 4th round by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I started in front of a 4th round draft choice. And what I mean by that is these guys could play and start for anybody in the conference at that time, but we just had a lot of depth at every position. And I think that's what it takes nowadays to offset some of this speed because, you know, you can't, you know, Coach Dow always says, you know, it's a 4th quarter game, and that's an old coaching cliche, but it is a 4th quarter game. You got to have a little gas in the tank in the 4th quarter to rush the passer, to stop the run, and get off the field on 3rd down.
Well, it is Auburn LSU week there on the Plains. LSU will be traveling to Jordan-Hare Stadium on Saturday night. We're talking about our most memorable Auburn LSU games on the show today.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it.
I got to ask you what your memories are from 1988 because it's just such a fantastic game, but again, such a horrible game.
Well, you know, and you look back, and you can look back and you can say this team was better than that team, but I really truly believe that we had the best team in the country. We went down to a hostile environment, and we fought for, like I mentioned earlier, for 4 quarters. And the thing about it, you know, I didn't make a lot of plays that game, but, you know, I was double teamed, sometimes triple teamed, and that just comes with the business with playing nose guard and inside. But, you know, the thing that I think I played 89 snaps, and that's a lot of snaps for a defensive lineman. And if you look at the things, if you look back over the course of the game, it was little things. And when fatigue sets in, you start letting the little things go by, like collision of receiver, you know, getting a good pass rush up the middle so your outside guys can contain, taking the pitch guy, you know, stopping them on 4th down there and they drag us out of bounds for 5 or 10 yards for a 1st down, to keep the child, you know, if we tackle them in bounds, you know, they, you know, we stop, I mean, the clock continues to run. When Tom Hodgson hit Eddie Fuller in the back of the end zone. They basically ran the same play. And one of our linebackers, like I said, not putting it all on him, but it was on us also. We didn't collision receiver, and that split second, I can look back at the film, and I was getting double teamed. I was so tired I couldn't even get back there. But if we collision that receiver right there and just knock him off his route just a little bit, Ron Sawyer sacks the quarterback there, and we come away with a win. But, the little things when you get tired and opportunities, we had opportunity after opportunity. Offense really didn't score a lot of points, but we always thought as a defensive guy, if he gave us 3, that'd give us a great chance to win. But that game sticks out the most because I really, truly believe to this day that we were the best team in the country. And we'd have faced Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl, and they were a running team, and we could stop the run. So that lingers on. I grew up wanting to beat Georgia when I was growing up because I was such a huge fan, and when I got to Auburn, I continued to want to beat Georgia, but I had my first taste of the Iron Bowl in '85 when they kicked the field goal, and I knew then that it wasn't Georgia you needed to beat; it was Alabama.
Yeah, you don't have to convince me. I think that '88 team was the best in the country, and I don't think Notre Dame would have stood a chance. Talk to us a little bit about Ellis Johnson and what you've seen out of this defense this year. What do you think they're doing right? What do you think they need to improve?
Well, I think that what Ellis has done, these guys, this is 2 years in his system, and he's got some guys that have bought into the system and they understand the system a little bit better. And I think that, he's got some guys that were already here that Chiswick staff recruited, and they were also already good players, but they didn't understand his system. And I think that now you've got some guys that they have recruited, Gus's staff and Ellis have got guys that he recruited that has played a role in that. And I think what they're doing the best, number one is they're getting pressure on the quarterback. Rodney's guys are playing phenomenal. They played last year. They played good. And they're doing this without a premier pass rusher in D Ford. I know that we haven't gotten a lot of sacks. Nobody's a D Ford. They're doing this without D Ford and then Carl Lawson, the guy that's hurt. So he's out. So you're doing it without a premier pass rusher that can get after the quarterback. And I think you've got a lot of young guys, and some of the older guys, Gabe Wright, and some of the other guys that have really stepped up and been unselfish, meaning that if you need me to play defensive end, I'll play defensive end. If you need me to play tackle, if you need me to lose 20 pounds, I'll lose 20 pounds. I'll do whatever I need to do to help this football team win. What I see from Ellis and them too, I think that they got to get a little bit better, I'm sure, of getting off the field on third down and letting the quarterback scramble. What Ellis, I believe, calls trash plays, where it's a scramble here and a little deep pass out here, and he runs for 20 yards. When in assignment football, if you got the quarterback, take the quarterback. You got the dive, take the dive. But that's a learning curve, and that was the advantages that I think that we had in '88 was that. Experience goes a long way. I played besides Tracy Rocker, Ron Stallworth, and those guys you mentioned, Tree and Brian Smith. But, we were always close, me and Tracy and Ron, and we talk to this day, every week most of the time. But we played together for 3 or 4 straight years, and when they would call a defense, we didn't have to question what Ron was going to do or what Benji was going to do. If we had a stun on or a game on or whatever, we just looked at each other because we knew that person was going to do their job. And I think that's what's Ellis is building is camaraderie in that team and trustworthiness. And, that goes a long way in experience, getting people some playing time. And, and you're only one play away from being a starter. And I think that's what's going to happen this week is somebody's got to step up, whether you've been playing or you hadn't been playing. Somebody, we're banged up. This is the 4th, 5th game of the year. You're banged up. You're fixing to play a physical football team. Somebody's got to take charge and stand up and lead the troops.
Former nose guard Benji Rowland, I really cannot thank you enough for being on Sportscall this afternoon. Personally, a thrill for me to be able to talk with you. Really do appreciate it.
Well, guys, I appreciate what y'all do for the community and for the university and high school football. And anytime you need somebody to talk football, I feel free to give me a call. And I appreciate you guys and take care.
We will definitely do that. War Eagle. Thank you so much. More Sports Call right after this.
They say business can get downright dirty.
Source is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wednesday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER 9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. A great interview there with Benji Rowland. Man, you could tell he just loves to talk about football. He got some great insight. I love those old recruiting stories. that he told, how one little thing like that, and he might have ended up at Georgia. It's fascinating to think about.
I can remember back a couple of years ago, we had Wayne Dickens on, which, by the way, is an outstanding interview and just a great individual all the way around. And Wayne was talking about a recruiting trip that he had to Auburn. And he remembered, I can't remember exactly which game, but he was blown away. And he was from Florida, and he was highly recruited. It wasn't like we were the only one giving him an offer out there. He had offers all throughout the SEC, including down in Florida. And one night, and Jordan-Hare changed his life, still living over in Auburn, doing great things around this state. We're thrilled to still have him around. Saw a picture this past week on Facebook with he and a good friend of our programs, because he's from Alexander City, Alabama, Eric Brock. And Eric had a lot to say about several of those LSU games back in the day also. And
Eric Brock made a huge play in 2006, sure tip ball, that a pass interference that was not a pass interference because of a tip that he made. He made a tackle to end that game, I believe.
But talking about that, that's going to be what you'll see Saturday. It's the reason Auburn needs to get as many of those recruits that are on the border down to Jordan-Hare this upcoming Saturday night, because it will be electric, no doubt.
No doubt about it. And that's our question of the day. What Auburn LSU game is most memorable to you? We've had a lot of people call in. We've given our most memorable ones. We still have that trivia question out there. Quan Bray returned his second punt for a touchdown this past Saturday, becoming only the second man in Auburn history to return 2 punts for touchdowns in the same season. Who was the other? Who was the other guy? That is our trivia question of the day. If you'd like to call in and give us an answer for that, you can pick yourself up a Sportscall T-shirt, maybe a decal as well, whatever you'd like to do.
Big storyline this weekend, newcomers, young freshmen playing major roles for LSU especially. And Auburn could be the same way with the injuries to the linebacking core. Trey Williams could be out there in a key spot right there in the middle of that Auburn defense. And Chris Frost has been he's really crept up the list of defensive players for Auburn. A couple of years ago, he was a 5-star coming down south, was a big get for Auburn late in the recruiting battles, struggled getting the playing time that a lot of us hope, but it's great to see Chris Frost getting the playing time and playing well. Hopefully those two inside backers will be on. I tell you, let me quickly get this phone call because it's going to be a quick. Skylar in Auburn, you got about a minute, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. I was calling to try to answer the trivia question, I guess.
All right, who is it?
I believe, is it Tristan Davis?
Tristan Davis is not correct. Is a good guess, though, and he was outstanding on, I think, kickoff returns. Not sure if he returned punts.
Oh, punt. Maybe it was punt returns. I got it mixed up there.
Hey, try us back in the second hour, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much. 888-9-TIGER-9-334-887-3401.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take our mid-hour break here. The Fox Sports Report is coming up next, but Randy and I will be back with you for hour number 2 of Sports Call right after this.
Prattville, located on Cobbs Ford Road, 334-290-1992. Visit us online at ReinhardtPrattville.com. Reinhardt Prattville, we sell to sell again.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communication.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive, bounce it right.
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401 Locomotive. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sports Call.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for one more hour, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. We got a question of the day out there. What's your most memorable Auburn LSU game that you have been to or that you just remember from the past? We got a trivia question out there as well. Quan Bray returned his second punt for a touchdown last week, becoming only the second man in Auburn history to return 2 punts for touchdowns in the same season. Who was the other? Who was the other man to do that? We'll go right back to the AO Tourism Hotline.
Tim in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Good to hear from you, Tim.
I got a guess for the trivia question. I'm going to say Trey Gaines.
Trey Gaines, not correct, but he was an outstanding punt returner and even a better receiver and had one of the biggest catches in Auburn history on that 4th down play in the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, I was thinking, didn't he return the first punt he ever returned, he was ever put out there to return, didn't he return it for a touchdown?
I don't know if it was him or Freddie Wagan. I just remember both of them in the special teams doing well.
I was questioning, which one of the two of them to guess, but anyway, I went with Trey Gaines. But I've got I got several memories from LSU games, but in the 1988 game, I went to that game and probably had the worst seats I've ever had at a football game. We were sitting right behind the Auburn band, behind the tubas. And if you've ever sat behind the tubas, you don't realize how much they play during the game. And when we would stand up so we could see over it, about half the field was covered by the upper deck that was hanging down, so the whole time we were having to do the sway back and forth as the tubas played, so it was, of course, that wasn't the most memorable part of the game. But anyway, nevertheless, it was a travesty that we couldn't pull that one out.
Definitely was, Tim, and we appreciate you sharing those memories. And was it an earthquake? Did it sound like an earthquake to you?
Yeah, it did. It sure did. That was my senior year in college, and I thought, as y'all had been talking about, I thought we had the best team in the nation. And just unfortunate, that it didn't work out on our way.
Got a prediction for the game this week, Tim?
Well, I'll take Auburn in a fairly close one by 7, I would say, in a somewhat low-scoring affair, 21-14.
21-14, and our tiebreaker this week, Duke Williams, receiving yards.
I'll go with 80.
80 receiving yards. Tim, we appreciate your phone call today, buddy.
Okay, thank you.
War Eagle to you, 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Back to the phone lines. Mike in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys, this is Mike. How y'all doing?
Good to hear from you, Mike.
I think I know the answer to your trivia question.
All right, who is it?
Mike Fuller, 1974.
You are absolutely right. Mike Fuller, an outstanding returner and even better secondary player, I believe, for Auburn.
He was. I tell you, he was so fun to watch return punts or kickoffs or things. He would start churning his legs while the ball was still in the air. And then when he caught it, he was just gone. He just took off. So he was a real joy to watch. I really enjoyed him as a punt returner. So he was great.
Well, Mike, you make sure to stop by Tiger Communications office and pick up a Sports Call T-shirt, okay?
All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Here's my prediction for the game.
Okay.
Auburn 24, LSU 21, and Duke Williams with passing yardage 90.
90 yards, and we'll take that prediction, Mike. War Eagle to you, buddy.
War Eagle. Have a good day.
Thank you. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Back to the phone line. Stroud and Wetumpka, you're on Sports Call.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are y'all today?
Good. Good to hear from you.
Good. I got to think my most memorable one would have to be 2004. It was actually a year after I graduated, but I was working in Montgomery and still living in Auburn and making the commute every day. Had a girl, I had a trailer in Auburn that I lived in, and a girl, she didn't care much for football, and I traded a couch to her for her student ID that fall. So I got to go to all the games in 04 for a wore-out couch. And I was in the student section with a friend of mine that's still in school, and when Courtney Taylor came down with that ball in the back of the end zone, I picked up my friend over my head, and I thought that I was going to drop him down the stairs in the stadium. He was fearful for his life, but it was absolute mayhem in that game in 04.
Well, Stroud, let's hope that we have some of those memories coming up this Saturday night, and they're on Auburn's side. You got a prediction for the game for us?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be close. I like Auburn 42, LSU 28. I think Alabama's been extremely vanilla for the past 2 weeks. They're going to walk those safeties down, and they're going to try to blitz the devil out of us like La Tech did and just like Kansas State did. I'm thinking it's going to work, and Duke Williams is going to have a really big day. I like him for at least 150 yards receiving.
If it's a close game, I'm not sure I want to be watching it with Stroud. He's liable to kill you.
Thank you, Stroud. Yeah. We appreciate your phone call. Look forward to hearing from you again, okay?
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, thanks so much. And let's quickly go back to the phone lines again. Lots of phone calls coming through, and that's what this program is for. We would like to take one after another, the entire 2 hours. Carol and Beulah, you're on Sports Call.
Yes. Could you tell me who Auburn's playing on the 18th?
We are off on the 18th, Mississippi State away on the 11th, and then the 25th we play South Carolina at home.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the call, Carol. Yeah, we appreciate the phone call out there. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401.
2004, you mentioned it. He mentioned it. That it is a extremely memorable game. It was brutally hot that day. It was just one of those games back and forth. Who was going to break first? Like you said, Jason Campbell was a different guy after one throw. And it wasn't the touchdown throw. It was the 4th and 13 that led to that, again, to Courtney Taylor. And, like you said, I remember at the beginning of that season, we played Louisiana Monroe. I think we won 31-0. And then somebody came, up to me. I saw a buddy of mine after the game. And he said, "What'd you think?" I said, "I thought we looked okay, but it's the same old Jason Campbell." Because he had thrown a pick, I think. And I just thought, he doesn't look any different than he's always looked. And for whatever reason, the light, literally, not figuratively, came on for him that day on that 4th down, and he made the play that he had to make, and it really changed everything about that team. It changed everything about him as a quarterback. It was just one of those, and we rolled the snap back to after John Vaughn missed the field goal. The extra point. We got a second chance, a reprieve, and then the snap back literally rolled back, and I believe the kid's name was Rivers. That was holding. I'm just pulling this out from memory, and maybe I'm way off, but I think his name was Rivers, number 5, and he is an unsung hero because he pulled that thing in, and we barely made the extra point, 110-9.
You had that phone call talking about Mike Fuller, and he did have 2 punt returns for touchdowns back in 1974. And we've talked about Quan Bray, and I saw him today. He was doing an interview on ESPN, and they were asking him, "What's the difference? What's the difference in 1 year?" And he says, "I'm concentrating on the ball, and I catch the ball, and I'm going north-south." And what is, and I want to bring it up, and I say, when I watch a good punt returner, and I remember Shane Wasden for Auburn, he was outstanding. You just knew he's going to catch the ball. There was never a worry about that. And punt returners that have that knack of no issue, I'm going to get it. Even if I take it in over my head, if I'm running in for the ball, don't worry, I'm going to handle it. And those guys that are so confident in receiving the ball usually are able to make the moves once they get the ball in their hands. It's those that kind of dink and dog it around and it ends up falling out of their hands from time to time and they have to fall down on it. That's the troubles with punt returns.
If you have to worry about catching focus that much, then you're already beat. I mean, you can't make those decisions because you're so concentrated on don't drop it, and like you said, rare person that doesn't have any fear that can just, you catching it is already that's not even a consideration anymore. You're already thinking about what move you're going to make, what direction you're going to go, and that's what makes a good punt return. And apparently, Quan Bray, he's got what it takes. We're going to go ahead and take our first break of the second hour of Sports Call here, but Randy and I will be back with you on the other side of this break. More Sports Call on the way, presented by Always Money.
When you're looking for the
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wednesday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham and Randy Lee here with you for another 40 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. We appreciate all of you out there joining us this afternoon. We've heard from quite a few of you. Our question of the day out there, what's your most memorable Auburn LSU game? We're going to have Clifton Robinson join us, hopefully, at 5:30 to discuss, what he's doing now in his career at Auburn. We had Benji Rowland in the first hour at 4:30. It was a great time to catch up with him to get his thoughts on what Auburn's doing today as well. I read an article Kevin Skarbinski wrote today, or I guess it was today that it was published. But he was talking about LSU and Les Miles, for that matter. And it's kind of an interesting thing when you look at it. Coaches if you're successful and you stick around at a place, there's a point in time, right around a decade, when people just get tired of hearing the same voice. Sometimes there comes a point where you either cut bait and he moves on somewhere else, or maybe you stick it out and he ends up being there 20 years. Mark Richt kind of went through that a couple of years ago. They decided to keep him, and now, of course, people are still calling for his job, but it seems like an annual thing. Tommy Tuberville, about a decade, and then it was just Pat Dye was the same way. It was 12 years, but, you back up to 1990, and you could see the end coming. Les Miles has been at LSU. This, I think, is his 10th year there. He's was beaten by Mississippi State. They turned the corner on him last week. Is that a sign of things to come as well? He's had trouble with Arkansas and Ole Miss. He's had some success against Alabama, but really, after that beating in the national title game, you really feel like Alabama has got the firm, solid hand. He's beaten Auburn 6 out of the last 7 times. Auburn's really the last team here in the West that he's really got a stranglehold on. If they lose this Saturday, what does that say? Is Les Miles really losing his grip on the SEC?
If there was ever a time for him to move on and they lose 4 or 5 ball games this year, it will be the Michigan job. Brady Hoke's that's a ticking time bomb. Whenever they want to go ahead and let that one explode and get rid of him, it's just a matter of time. Now, they can point to we talked a bit about it yesterday, and we talked about the concussion and then putting the quarterback back in, but that's part of the story. They want him out anyway. That's just gives them even more credibility when they do get rid of him. But Michigan has had their struggles. He being a Michigan player, a Bo Schembechler guy, a physical guy on the offensive line, I believe. They would love to have him back, I think. And I think that they offered him the job when Brady Hoke took it, and he decided to stay with LSU. But a 4 or 5 loss season this year, and I think it's on the brink. Unless they get over the hump here, I don't see them winning some of those other key games in the SEC. Now, they could. They're talented enough to do it, but I'll say what I opened the program with. You give Gus Malzahn equal talent, I'll take Gus 9 out of 10 times against Les Miles. Maybe that's saying a mouthful there.
Well, it's an interesting thing. I think you need more data here. Certainly at LSU, I don't know why they'd want to get rid of him, although he's only been to the SEC title game, I think, once in the last 6 years. And that's kind of, at LSU, they've come accustomed to being in that championship game. But if Auburn were to win this week, win Saturday, and like you said, Arkansas and Ole Miss seem to be programs on the rise. It is. I'm not sure why anybody would want to coach in the SEC West. If you get an opportunity to get out and go to a place like Michigan, maybe, where, quite honestly, right now, if you win 9 games a year, you're a hero.
You want an update? You were so close. Number 5 was Sam Revis.
Revis, okay.
Sam Revis, or however you say it, Rives. Number 5 was the holder of that 2014 Unsung Hero. Great memory there, Andy.
Well, I just remember, I remember the guy because I remember thinking at the time, that might be the greatest hold I've ever seen in my life, because it rolled back, and it's such an important time. We'd already missed one. That kid, he's my hero for that 2004 game.
You look through year by year for Les Miles. He had 11-2, 11-2, and 12-2 the first 3 seasons. They continued to point to Nick Saban and his recruits during that time. He gets through a kind of a humpy time there in the middle. In 2008 and 9, he goes 8-5. In 2008, he goes 9-4. In 2009, Then he hits his stride again. So he's 11-2, 13-1, loses in the national title game back in 11, and he's got back-to-back 10-3 seasons. So if he goes down to 4 or 5 losses this year, not that LSU's going to get rid of him, but I'm with you. I had this discussion, I'll call it, with my father this week. I said, if they offer him the job at Michigan and it's equal pay, I mean, come on. I mean, when I point around the SEC and the Western Division, I put Les Miles 4, maybe 5 on the list of coaches. Do you disagree?
I don't know. Well, let's see. Who would you put ahead of him? Nick Saban,
Gus
Malzahn. Probably put Sumlin ahead of him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Dan Mullen.
I wouldn't put Mullen ahead of him, but it'd be close.
It would be. I mean, put Dan Mullen in LSU with that talent. I mean, am I wrong?
I don't know.
I think he's building something. It is hard to say.
You don't know what guys will do with talent. You know, is Mullen just a one? He's a guy that's going no matter where he's at. He's going to be an 8-win coach, and every now and then he's going to, win 11 or 12. But that may be one every 5 years, or maybe it's just that hard. He's done more at Mississippi State than a lot of people. I'll give him credit there, and certainly if they beat Texas A&M this weekend, I'll give him a whole lot of credit.
888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Our question of the day today, what's your most memorable Auburn LSU game? Call in with that. Have you seen this on the Redskins?
We might have to stop saying it.
Will you give me the background on that? Because when I look at the Federal Communications Commission, will consider punishing broadcasters for using the Washington Redskins nickname on air. Is this one going that far already?
People have obviously public opinion is not totally in their favor, so they have gone in different directions. You've seen, I think the Redskins, as far as legal matters, that I think they've gone behind and said, well, you can't make money off this logo or whatever, and now there's a petition by it says Tom Wheeler, and the FCC chairman here, but there's an activist, John. I'm not even going to pronounce that name, but he's a law professor at George Washington. Petitioned the FCC to revoke, that the license to use that nickname. The FCC is apparently going to. Maybe this lip service for them to saying we're just going to look into this. Perhaps maybe they won't. You've already heard Phil Simms come out and say, I'm not going to use it over the air. You've heard several other national commentators say that I'm not going to say that name. We're getting to the point now where, if it's a legal matter and, if this comes to fruition, I'll certainly have to think about it because it's just natural to say Redskins following Washington. So I don't know. I don't quite know what they'll do. There'll be lawsuits galore. I can tell you that for sure.
Definitely will. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Got a great guest coming up. We hope that he's as good as Benji Rowland. Benji Rowland was outstanding in the first hour, and we've had some outstanding guests. But Clifton Robinson was a do-it-all player. Back in the era where Auburn seemed to get that size of player and they could do multiple things. If you remember, Clifton was an outstanding basketball player also. I think he and Eric Mack, didn't they end up?
They scored against Alabama, I think, in 97.
I do remember that. So Clifton Robinson, I guess, moonlighted on the basketball court. But he's a great football player, played in the backfield, played all over the field. Undersized, but, kind of a strong guy in the lower half and could break some tackles and could do some things. But good to hear from him in this next segment.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Hoping to be able to catch up with him at 5:30. But, we'd love to catch up with as many former players as we possibly could. If you know of anybody out there, or you can, send us on social media, whatever. If you'd like to, hear from somebody specific, just let us know. We will effort to try to get them on the show to catch up with them. I always certainly enjoy, hearing about their time at Auburn, why they chose Auburn. A lot of different aspects of when they were in school. Some of our listeners out there, a lot of our listeners out there, were probably too young to see Benji Rowland, but they know the name because of that '88 defense and how formidable it was. But to hear him talk about those days and to talk about his time at Auburn and how much he enjoyed it and what it meant to him, it's a pretty neat thing. We're going to go ahead and take our mid-hour break here, but hopefully on the other side of this, we'll catch up with former Auburn Tiger Clifton Robbins. And please join us when we return right after this.
Of a kind, Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is a proud sponsor of the College Football Playoff. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wednesday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham here with you for another 30 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free, or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll actually pick up your phone calls in the final segment of Sports Call this afternoon. Right now, we're going to welcome in a very special guest on the AO Tourism Hotline, former Auburn Tiger Clifton Robinson. Clifton, how you doing today?
War Eagle, guys. Glad to be here. Glad to join you guys today. Doing pretty good today.
War Eagle, glad to have you with us, joining us here on Sports Call this afternoon. You were an Auburn Tiger from 97 to 2000, I believe, kind of Mr. Everything. Played a little wide receiver, a little running back, returned punts a little bit, and even played a little basketball as well. Just tell us a little bit about your life since your days at Auburn and what you're up to right now.
Well, right now, I actually after I graduated, I played a little bit of arena football, and then I moved back down to Naples, Florida, where my family's at, and where I was born and raised. Started playing a little golf and picked that up pretty good. So I'm an assistant golf professional at the Links of Naples down here in old good old Naples, Florida, South Florida.
You definitely are Mr. Everything. Is there anything that athletic that you cannot do?
Well, I picked it up pretty quick myself, and Ronnie Daniels and Reggie Worthy. We'd all get together, and we started playing in between our junior and senior year and picked it up pretty good. So I'm probably playing around a 1 or 2 handicap right now, scratch golfing. So it came pretty easy.
Well, that's outstanding. You were kind of an undersized player, I think it'd be fair to say, but very tough, to play running back at times for Auburn, especially, in the SEC. Where did that toughness come from?
Well, it was one of the things I got recruited by Jimbo when I came in as a running back. So I had that, kind of in my gene. When I got there, we had a guy that was dismissed from the team, so they asked me to actually go to wide receiver. And the talent, I guess, that I had, I got kind of lucky and was able to see the field. Now the punt return deal that's a little different, a little harder, but did my best. Took kind of a beating back there, but it was a lot of fun. I would play anywhere. I wish I was in the golden era right now, though.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. You see the way the offense is kind of metamorphosized over the years. You see what Gus Malzahn is doing at Auburn. What would it be like to play in that offense?
Oh, I'd love it. With all the sets and all the motion and stuff like that. It's hard to keep up with, and it's one of those deals where you try to misdirect and see if you can catch them off guard and break the big plays. So we got a lot of playmakers. Hopefully those guys will start making some plays, and I just wish we had it back then when I was playing. It'd be great.
Yeah, you mentioned punt return as well. Quan Bray doing an outstanding job for Auburn right now. What is it that makes a great punt returner? What does it take to be able to stand back there with the rush coming down on you, with a ball sailing up in the air, to be able to make that catch and make those quick decisions?
Well, a lot of people don't understand how tough it is. You get back there and, like this game this Saturday, it's going to be a night game. You get back there and you got 85,000 people looking at you, and all you can think about is, I got to catch the ball. And that's kind of second nature because you're so used to it. But, and it's tough, and you have to make that catch. Once you drop it, you're in trouble. But, they're coming down and they're going to try to take your heads off. You just got to concentrate and make the catch. Quan's doing a great job for us. He took one back last week, and he kind of reminds me of Robert Baker. He's real shifty, and I actually had a chance to play with Jason Braid, and they kind of run just alike. So it's good to see him back there. It's a tough job, and he's doing really well for us.
Well, Clifton, what was it? You mentioned Jimbo Fisher recruiting you. What was it that brought you to Auburn finally?
Well, it was one of those deals where he was, he's a great recruiter. And I was torn last year. I went out to the game and just to watch him on the sidelines and be rooting for Auburn. But, you're playing against a guy that actually brought you to Auburn. It's, and I think Auburn's like my second home. It's like home away from home. Once you go there, it's always like you feel a certain way when you get there. And so he spoke about the community and the town. And once I got there, I fell in love with it, and hope to return one day, hopefully soon.
Yeah, definitely. We'd love to have you. You had a very interesting career at Auburn. You kind of bookend with trips to the SEC championship game. You go there in 1997, Damian leading the team, come up 1 point short to Peyton Manning in Tennessee. Then, of course, 99 was a down year, coaching change, and then you end right back there at the SEC Championship again in 2000. Just, talk about your career. What stands out to you? Does one season stand out more than the other, or does a certain game stand out to you?
Well, it was one of those deals. As a freshman, you're coming in out of high school and you're getting a little bit of playing time. Right off the bat, you go to the SEC Championship and you think to yourself, "Oh man, this is easy. I can do this every year." Wasn't that easy? As we found out, played a great game in the SEC Championship, but the next year we thought we'd return and we get back and we had a rough go at it, and we didn't see any of the bowl games until my senior year. So we put together some pieces and got some guys in place, brought Rudy in, and we made it back my senior year. So it was kind of a whirlwind of a career where you think that you can make it every year and you don't. But we finished up pretty good. My freshman year championship game was a little bit better than the senior year because we played against a great Florida team then. But all in all, I think 2 out of the 4 years that I was playing, I think making it to the SEC championship was definitely one of the highlights of my career.
We've got Clifton Robinson, former Auburn Tiger, joining us here on Sports Call this afternoon. I mentioned the coaching change there. A lot of players, experience that at times in their playing days when a coach, it goes out and a new coach comes in. You played for Terry Bowden for 2 years. You played for Tommy Tuberville for 2 years. What was the difference like, as far as the team is concerned, as far as their coaching, how they presented themselves? How was it different?
Well, it was a little different, and you go through a shock system. A lot of times you don't, if you don't play, you wouldn't understand. It's a little different because you have 2 different types of coaches come in. And Terry was more of he knew everything about the offense. He wanted to call the plays on the field, whereas Tuberville was kind of stand back and let his offensive coordinator. I enjoyed playing for both of them. Great guys, great coaches, great men. And actually, I was up for the Alabama game, and myself and Coach Tuberville, he's coaching at, he's at a different team now, but we were going in the gate at the same time, so it was kind of cool to see him there and to chat with him and see how he was doing. And so they had different styles, but it was always it's also adjustment period. You have to learn to do offense and stuff like that. But for the most part, pretty much same. They all wanted to win and very, very dedicated.
Well, it is Auburn LSU week here. LSU coming to the Plains Saturday night. That's kind of been our question of the day today on the show. What's your most memorable Auburn LSU game? You played in a pretty memorable one for me, at least, the 1999 game. Auburn just comes out and really whips LSU there in Baton Rouge. Auburn got a lot of talk about them smoking cigars on the field afterward. I just want to know your memories of that game.
Absolutely.
Did you smoke a cigar after it was over?
Absolutely. I think our whole team smoked a cigar. I got a picture of us smoking cigars. LSU is always tough to play them down there. If you watch the game that they played against Mississippi State, where they ended up getting beat, they gave up a lot of big plays. I like to watch a lot of the games, but they gave up a lot of big plays. And Mississippi State, at quarterback he played really well. So that's what we need. We just need Nick Marshall. He doesn't have to win it all. He doesn't have to win the whole game. He doesn't have to play well the entire game. Just get the ball to his playmakers and let those guys do their job, Ricardo and Williams and Quan, and see if we can get the running backs going and hopefully we can get this thing turned around. My most memorable game in the LSU game is the 99 game, of course. Seemed like every time we touched the ball, we were scoring. You look up and it was 34-0. But you have to remember the play, and I don't know if everybody remembers the play. Ronnie D'Angelo catches the ball on the sideline, and he's running down the middle of the field, and all of a sudden a defensive back comes out of nowhere, and he just pops him, and the ball flies up in the air. And it's the greatest play ever if you've never seen it. And he goes back, and he doesn't stop hustling. And he picks the ball up at the 5-yard line, and LSU players have a chance at it, and he picks it up, and he just scoops it up and runs right into the end zone. So it was a great play. It was a great memory. If you haven't watched it, I suggest everybody go back and watch it. It'll get you ready for this week's game.
Yeah, definitely. I remember that play. I even referenced it at the beginning of the show. That was one of the reasons that game was so memorable to me. I don't think I've ever seen a guy get knocked that hard, fumble the ball,
Yeah.
and actually be the same guy that recovers it for a touchdown. So
Absolutely.
tremendous
Absolutely.
play.
Those guys had a shot at it, man. And it was a great play. It's a great hustle play. And if they don't have that on the big, on the jumbotron before the game, then they should put it up there. Great hustle play.
Definitely. Well, moving forward, this 2014 team, what do you see out of them? What do they need to do better as far as certainly facing LSU and facing a very daunting schedule in 2014?
Well, they're running into the gauntlet right now. I mean, it's October, and it's going to be tough sledding. You just got to get the offense. The defense is playing well. Those guys are playing well. Gabe and Wright and all those guys. Writing those guys and Casanova and Frost, everybody on defense. They're playing a great little scheme, and it's working. We just got to get our offense up to speed. I think if we can get the running backs to clicking, let Artis Payne and Grant and all those guys it's time to turn it up. If you get the offense going, everything else is going to work out. I think they need to go a little bit quicker. I watched some of the games, and it seems like they're looking to the sidelines a little bit too much instead of just going right to the play, because I think the defense is ready. So once we get it clicking, hopefully it'll get going this Saturday, and we get Coates back. I know he's a little dinged up, but hopefully everything will be up to par this game. We need it all clicking this weekend.
Well, Mr. Everything, Clifton Robinson, joining us here of the Auburn Tiger from 1997 to 2000. Really appreciate you joining us here on Sports Call this afternoon. Would love to catch up with you again sometime.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. War Eagle.
War Eagle. Thank you so much. More Sports Call to come right after this.
Resource Natural Spring Water. Resource is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of Sports Call on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you just for a few more minutes. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. Still time to get that prediction in for the Auburn LSU game. Tiebreaker is Duke Williams receiving yards. Or if you just like to talk about anything off the top of your head, we'd love to hear from you. And we'll go back to the AO Tourism Hotline.
Shadow and Prattville, you're on Sports Call.
Yeah, thank you for taking the call. I wanted to ask y'all about any injuries for LSU.
They lost a secondary member. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. He tore his ACL last week against New Mexico State, I believe. Starting safety or starting cornerback, I'm not sure off the top of my head, though.
Is that all the injuries they have?
I think everybody's probably banged up at this point, but that's the only one that I know of as far as keeping a guy out.
Okay. When do you think that that Lawson could show up at Mississippi State?
I expect him to show up every week. He never does, but I hope. I'm not sure what the idea is. I mean, we're talking about a pretty miraculous recovery, even if he comes back, in the next 3-4 weeks. So, I'm hoping, I'm praying he's going to be back this week, but I'm really not expecting him to be back this year, to be honest with you.
Do y'all have the sizes and weights of the receivers for LSU?
I don't have them right in front of me, but I probably could find them. I know Malachi Dupree's about 6'3", maybe 200 pounds, and I think Dural's pretty close. Isn't every LSU receiver about 6'3" and 200 pounds?
I think so. I can't remember if I have given a score. Have I? Can y'all check on that?
I think that you gave a score, but I'm not sure that we got Duke Williams. So give it to us again, Shadow, so I've got it here.
Okay. I'm going to go Auburn 27, LSU 20, and you said receiving yards by Dakiel Williams.
Correct.
I'm going to say 150.
150. Good luck to you. We'll take that. And Shadow, we appreciate your phone call this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. 888-9-TIGER-9 334-887-3401. It's a great look. We don't talk a lot about baseball. It's football season, and it's Auburn football or not a lot of times when you're listening into Sports Call. But if you didn't talk about that game last night, you're just not much of a Major League Baseball fan.
As bad as I feel for Josh Donaldson, in the Oakland A's, with the collapse that they had, I kind of feel – I do feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for him specifically being a former Auburn player. But how can you not be happy for Kansas City? I mean, it's been 30 years. It's been 29 years since they played in a playoff game. Just unbelievable. 1985 when they won the World Series, I believe they beat the Cardinals. So got to be happy for them and the way that the game unfolded. They were woefully behind. I think 7-3. Scored 3 in the 8th. End up scoring, tying it in the bottom of the ninth, and then winning it in the 12th. It was in dramatic fashion. Those fans out there in Kansas City deserve this. That they showed up, and I'm hoping Pittsburgh wins tonight. San Francisco's won 2 World Series here in the last 3 or 4 years. Get some new blood in there. I want to see Pittsburgh in the playoffs. I want to see Kansas City in the playoffs. I don't care if baseball's regional now. I don't care if it doesn't bring in a high TV rating. I want to see these teams play.
I totally agree. And I like to watch the fan bases that don't get spoiled. We as Braves fans those years just completely got spoiled. I remember back in the early part of the 2000s, can't throw which year up, but the Cubs were playing the Braves, and remember watching parts of that ball game and saying there's more Cubs fans, or as many Cubs fans at Atlanta Field as there are Braves fans. And it was maybe 2003. And that was during the stretch where we won so many division titles, and it lost its luster. But at the first part of the 90s, you could never imagine, with all of those swinging tomahawks going on in Atlanta and the atmosphere that you saw. You saw that last night at Kansas City, so I think the exact same with you. I'm proud for Pittsburgh, but even more happy for Kansas City that they've gotten over the snob. It was an outstanding game, and tonight San Francisco will send out Madison Bumgarner. He's 18-10 on the season, a sub-3 ERA. Pittsburgh sends out Edinson Volquez, and he is 13-7, right at a 3 ERA. You just see today's day and today's baseball, minus the PEDs, so many pitchers with around 3 ERAs, and that would have been unseen, 10 years ago?
Yeah, and I guess it makes you appreciate Clayton Kershaw that much more. You're going to see him pitch, obviously, in the coming days as well. He is pretty phenomenal. I mean, he's a modern-day Sandy Koufax. What we're seeing right now, people, I feel, a little sorry for people that have kind of tuned baseball out and are not paying much attention to it. This guy is an all-timer right now, the way he's pitching. It's just a matter if he can stay healthy. Pittsburgh tonight, it'll be difficult. San Francisco's been there. They've done that. They got a lot of experience. But here again, this is one of those times, does the crowd make a difference? It doesn't make as big a difference maybe in baseball as it does in some other sports, but like you saw last night, I think one of these small market teams, it really can make a difference because they will be into it like you have never seen before, and it could carry them. It might be worth a run or two.
A lot of great calls today. We can't thank you all enough. We haven't talked quite as much about basketball as we will in the upcoming month, but we're seeing some neat talk. Bruce Pearl and what he's done and these recruits that are coming in, and just this season. Look, I don't want to get my expectations too high, but even the team that he's put together this season, I can't wait, Andy. And when's the last time you said that?
Never. I have never said that. Words that have never been spoken. I'm looking forward to Auburn basketball season. Sports Call will be back on the air from 4 to 6 tomorrow. Randy and I'll be back with you for the first hour. We appreciate so much all of you out there that have joined us this afternoon, and all of you that have called. Still time to get that prediction in tomorrow and Friday. For Randy Lee, I am Andy Graham saying so long for now. We'll talk again soon.
Good night.